This is VP4 TV. Here is a list of scheduled upcoming matches in this year's VP4 2022 World 10 Ball Championship. I will try and stream as many matches as I can, although time zone differences will be an issue. I must thank those players who take this into consideration when arranging their matches. Please subscribe to my YouTube and Twitch channels to join in the stream chat.
stinking paws off me, you damn dirty ape!
Here is a suggestion I have had for a long time in VP4, allowing us to use the numpad numerical buttons as camera buttons targeted around the table. Why, you ask? It benefits anyone watching as a spectator. They don't have to keep using the V donut button to move around the table. It also helps anyone as a live streamer, me, to have a more professional looking camera work. Players in-game themselves can quickly tab the relevant camera buttons if they so wish to during play and whilst also watching opponents shoot.
No bar, no pinball machines, no bowling alleys, just pool. Nothing else.
Good evening and welcome to VP4 TV, a Tactical Genius production. 9ball.com is your host and commentator for some of the matches in tonight's Friday Night 9ball with 9ball Weekly Tournament. This event continues to be one of the best supported and longest running regular tournament events in virtual pool 3 and 4.
Well, good evening to Brain Pull Out. You seem to be the only person here. Welcome. Welcome back to VP4 TV. We are here for Friday Night 9ball. Oh, welcome to Bedhead. And the good news again is Friday Night 9ball is full. Welcome to Chimpy. A reminder at the bottom of the screen, of course, we have the fourth week of the Saturday Night 9ball League. Tomorrow night at the same time. I'll be there for that. I will be streaming it because I'm going to keep the same team, the successful team that won last week, and see if we can ride a lot this week. The match we're going to be going into is going to be LS3 Inspector Dawn. That's a good first round tie in this week's tournament. Of course, the bracket has long since gone up because the tournament is full, so let's have a look at that if we can find it. Wait a minute, where are we? That's the one I'm looking for. We'll see that we've got Bill against DJ Redo, Sylvia against Slim, Larry against Bankster, and of course, I don't know whether it was Larry and Bankster in last week's final, but Bankster, again, very dangerous with that. He's probably going to be getting a 5-ball again against Larry, and that's treacherous. We've got Popman against John Boo, Stefan against Bedhead, should be a good match as well. DJ Simon against Mooncake, that should be a good match. They're all pretty good matches. LS3 against Spectre Dawn and Chimpy against Travelling TT, but that's the match we're going to go into as soon as the rooms go up. Steve has been trying to fix, you can tell he's been trying, good evening to Travelling TT, he's been trying to fix the alerts and the messages to those of us who are in the league, reminding people that the league is on Saturday, but in his process of doing that, we've had sort of notices in triplicate during the afternoon. I noticed it might have recovered a little bit. You'll get. I think it seems to have recovered. He must have done something, but they seem to be going up in triplicate every time. It doesn't seem to be there now. Now I posted this just. In fact, the room should be going up, but just before we go, get underway. If I can remember what button it is again. Hang on a second. This one.
This is VP4 TV. Here is a list of scheduled upcoming matches in this year's VP4 2022 World 10 Ball Championship. I will try and stream as many matches as I can, although time zone differences will be an issue. I must thank those players who take this into consideration when arranging their matches. Please subscribe to my YouTube and Twitch channels to join in the stream chat.
Now, there has been, I think, one or two more extra matches that have gone up. Those stats are not correct. Well, I hope you told Steve. Anyway, just to go over the matches, we've got the match between Brain Pull Out and Barkers tomorrow at 11:30. I'm hoping to be home in time for it. I've got it all set up on the stream. And that's at 11:30 a.m. and then it crosses, or it clashes with a match that has gone up between Popman and Paul, who I think he is a Filipino. Is he in the States now? I can't remember now. But anyway, it's at 12 noon tomorrow. Both of those matches are winner's side matches. Then we've got Bankster versus Acero, which Acero won the toss in the match between him and Hazard. None of them showed up as far as I know, and Acero got put through. Now that third match might not go ahead either if Acero doesn't have a mind to turn up. So it might be that Bankster will get a bye. We'll have to see how that goes, because that's at 2 p.m. on Saturday afternoon. And then we've got the match on the one-loss side, the final match on Saturday at the moment, that is, and that's between Sylvia and Hairpig. The rooms are up, by the way. Let me just see, where are we? Hang on to finish this. And then, of course, we have the match between Cheeky Chico and Fast Eddie on Sunday at 4 p.m. in the afternoon. And then next week we've got the match with Mr. Fox and Spectre Dawn. Now let's see if I can find the right button again. Hang on. Is it that one or is it that one? I'll try that one. That's the right one. So the match is underway. LS3 is getting the 8 ball. Race to 7, remember. It's a money ball handicap, this tournament. And race to 4 on the one-loss side. Welcome, everybody. What makes you think they're not right, Bedhead? Welcome to Cobra. I think you should obviously make a note of what you think's not right and message support. So Spectre Dawn is in, and this of course on LS3's break. And I think that 6 ball goes past the 8. Yes, it does. This is the one that's going to make her break. Now, it looks as if he's going to have to go the 2 rails. Yeah, and that's... I think he was way off that. Let's have a look at that.
Let's watch the replay of that last shot.
Let's see where he hit that 5 ball. Oh, it caught the jaw. It caught the side pocket.
This is VP4 TV. Here is a list of...
I knew I'd hit the wrong button. It's Control and 0 for that screen. So LS3 can retrieve the situation here on her break, and she scratched straight away. First one of the night. So LS3 haven't got a second bite at it, has blew it straight away, and Spectre Dawn's going to be off and running. And we'll keep an eye on some of these matches because they're, I mean, it's a toss of a coin. We could have went to probably about four different matches here, but they're all underway, which is good. Everybody showed up. Or at least I think they have. Right, so this is also a test of this new break. For anybody who doesn't know, Steve did a couple of updates to the rack, chiefly to improve the 10 ball rack, but he's also done it for, I think pretty much all the rotation games have all been updated. So the rack will open better on the break. We found out in 10 ball it doesn't guarantee you're going to get a ball in the break. We've had a whole pile of breaks where they were dry, but the balls are all flying all over the place. And I think we've had 2 breaks, and I think we had a ball in the break in the first rack, and we've had something in this one as well. Well, if that goes to the top rail, it's going to end up pretty safe. I think it might be off the rail enough to play the reverse bank past the 9. Oh, I think that's a double kiss there. I think that was a double kiss that blew that shot. I'm not convinced that LS3 actually had enough pace in that to play the bank. She might not have been, but the double kiss has ruined the shot. We just got to watch this cue ball, that he stuns it to the side rail and doesn't draw it to the pocket on that left hand side there. He's getting into the cue ball and he's gone past the pocket. Perfectly safe. Got a nice angle in the 4. Now this 5 though is a bit worrying because it looks tight. It is. Is near it, damn it. Frozen. So he needs to watch he doesn't just pinch this straight onto the rail and it hangs in the pocket. Never a doubt. But he's going to finish short now. So this needs a controlled shot. But he doesn't miss them very often. So already LS3 is up against it. Let's see how this break goes. Again, balls are spreading well. This time it's definitely dry. But LS3 will have a shot. But again, she's got to get into this cue ball. Now, even if she draws down onto the 4, that's fine. She's left it a bit short. She hasn't quite got into it enough. And the reason I say that is because she's now maybe looking to bump the 9 if she can. And if she doesn't, she could end up in trouble. She could end up in trouble. A bit like that. That was always going to be the problem. So, of course, unlike the 10-ball tournament, the jump cues are in this one, so you can bail out. But again, she hasn't executed the jump, caught the 9, and she's now staring 3-0 in the face here. Excuse me. Well, this is a wee bit tricky. This is I mean, it's dangerous to put the big draw into it. He's bumped A, and of course now the cue ball's got to run. And that 8 ball could be in the way unless he puts loads of English on this cue ball. Well, maybe it wasn't. I thought the 8 ball was in the way. Well, that's fine. I mean, it's just fairly simple now. So LS3 has made a couple of mistakes, and each time they've been costly. And that's how severe it is when you get to this level against the level of Spectre Dawn. You maybe get one chance in a rack, and if you get it, you simply have to take it. If you don't, you've lost a rack, and it's 3-0. Well, she's still waiting to get a shot where she can get to the next ball. She hasn't had a shot yet, really. She's had to play that last shot was a jump shot. Can't remember what happened in the first rack, but she's not really had a clean shot at it. But I think the problem is if you keep sitting and waiting for Spectre Dawn to give you that chance, the problem is it might never come. And the next thing you look at the scoreboard, it's 6-0. So she's got to be on her toes here. Now, that might not be quite as good from Spectre Dawn because I think LS3 can get to the one. Now, this is, again, a perfect situation where you have to take your game to this next level. And next level is when these balls are all sitting there and they're all in open spaces, you must find your way out. Every time you must find your way out, especially when you're 3-0 down. So the pressure's on to deliver here. Now that was underhit a wee bit, but she didn't risk doing anything else for fear of hooking herself behind the 9. Now this cue ball has either got to run again and avoid the 5, or she's tried the bank. Now she could have let the cue ball run to try and get down on the left side, tried the bank to leave a long 4, didn't get it, so she's going to get a second bite at it again, like I think she had in the. Or did she have did she have 2 goes in one of the earlier racks? My memory's going already. It's getting to my bedtime an hour earlier than it normally is. And this is not great either. Now, bumping the 5 has done no harm. The angle is good. Welcome to Spectre. So now, what do you do? I mean, the simple shot, just drag that 6 in, play the 7 up table, roll the 8 in and take the 9. That's what she's doing. Could have tried to get up past the side pocket for the 7 in the side, but there's no need to. When you've got the wide open spaces in a 9-ball table, you just have to keep it simple. So she's finally off the mark. And a 4-ball in the break. Now here's a question for you guys. Has anybody seen Z Karaoke at all today? Because I've not, since I got home from work. I mean, I come into VP4, but I'm not necessarily here all the time, but I've been in and out most of the day and I've not seen him, so it doesn't look good for, is it Team Omega that he's in, I think? I think their team's threatening to fall apart, and we're not even in a 4th, well, we are in the 4th week, or we will be tomorrow night. Well, LS3 will be in trouble in a second. Spectre John will just tickle that yellow, or the 1 ball I should say. Now she might be able to get to the short rail and spin into it. And that's well played. Very delicate touch. But again, I think Spectre Dawn could just slip away here. But if he doesn't get in behind that 6, well, I think there's still enough room here to put loads of left English on this. I think you might need to jack up a wee bit. Now this time, the pace is just a wee bit too heavy, so Spectre Dawn has got his reward this time. Well, we've certainly not seen him for at least a week. In fact, more than a week, because he wasn't around, I think. When was that match due to be played, that one in the 10-ball tournament? I can't remember. It was maybe a day or two before Saturday. And Z Karaoke never showed up for that. So he's been gone for about, 9 or 10 days now. No sign of him. Now, this is a bit tricky to avoid the 8-ball if he's running around 2 rails here. No, he's just trying to open it up to either have a shot into the side or play it long. The side pocket looks maybe the better angle. If he's playing it long, he's got to run this cue ball a fair margin. I think he's got the wrong angle in the 7 to do that. Or to do it comfortably anyway. Yeah, it's just a wee bit... well, that's a quick match. Bill's on fire tonight. Alright, he's played it well. That was a shot. Get it into the side. Bill is off and running like a dragster. 7 racks to 1. Bill has beat DJ Redo. And that was only about 18 minutes, that match. So Bill is flying. So he must have been getting good use of the break. So 4-1 to Spectre Dawn. Oh, this time the cue ball has gone.
This is VP4 TV. Here is a list.
Hit the wrong button again. I'll keep doing that all night. Not deliberately, I'll just do it because I keep forgetting what button it is. He will come back as McNamara. Where did you hear that one, Cobra? Is that an alias that he's got? Oh, this is maybe going a bit tight. This has got to be really thin so it doesn't catch the knuckle, and it hasn't got there. It hasn't got there, and I think that there's no kick angle off the short rail up and down, and this is deep in the pocket. Oh, if he's going that way, he's going to have to jack up and put loads of spin on it. Yeah, that was a physical impossibility. So LS3's got away with that one. Oh, happy birthday, Cobra. You're... so that means that I'm what? What's the day's date? I'm August, September. I'm a month older than you. A month and what? Like 4 days or something. I'm August the 18th, 64. So you're September, whatever the day's date is, 64. Well, again, a tricky little 7-ball. And just all about pace just to get nice on the 8. Just got to trust your line. And it's wiped its feet, but it's gone in. And it's going to be rack number 2 here with LS3. Well, you're the same age as me, Cobra. You must be having afternoon naps like I have. I mean, these are nothing that I deliberately take. I just simply find that I'm in the middle of a nap. You know, after I get home from work and I've had a cup of tea, something to eat, nothing too heavy. I've still to get my dinner. I just have a snack. But then I sit in front of the TV and then within 10 minutes I'm gone for an hour. There must be a certain age you get to where that kicks in, because I basically have a nap every day. But I think it's all part and parcel of getting up at 4 o'clock in the morning every bloody day as well. I think that's the cause of it. Got to my bed about 10 o'clock last night, 6 hours sleep, slept like a log. Alarm got me up this morning. Always like it when the alarm gets me up. That way I haven't had a sort of broken night. But middle of the afternoon, come 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, boom, I simply have to lie down. It's definitely an age thing. Well, what's happened here?
Let's watch a replay of that last shot.
Oh, Spectre Dawn has come up smelling the roses with that one. Double kiss on the one. Now, see if I can do it right this time.
This is VP4
No,
TV.
I've done it wrong again. Done it wrong again. again. Welcome to Rabbi, who never ever explained to me how to pronounce his name, so I presume Rabbi is it. Alright then, Cobra, see you later. Rabbi. Oh, Rabbi. Alright, got it now. I won't make that mistake again. Well, LS3, I don't know how, because I was busy reading the chat, so I don't know how. Oh, goodness, now I've just about to open my mouth and say LS3's got a chance to get back within one, and she has hung the 6-ball. Big mistake there. And, well, it's painful both ways, because Spectre Dawn got lucky fluking the 1 ball, then whatever he did, he's let her in, and then LS3 rattling the 6. Now, this cue ball should be going behind the 9 to the other side. That's the line it will take. Behind the 9 it needs to run, and that will do. Reasonable pace and pretty good shape in the 9 for a 5-2 lead. Now, rack number 8. 6 ball goes in, top right. 1 ball, I think, is blocked. Quick look at the, I think he's going to either jump or kick. It's an easy enough jump and an easy enough kick. Quick look at the scores. Well, we see Bill's already raced through. Sylvia and Slim. Slim is up 4 racks to 2. Larry and Bankster. Bankster's getting the 6 ball, and they're tied 4 racks all. Knew it'd be close. Popman is 3-2 up against John Boo. Stefan and Bedhead 4 racks all. Stefan getting the 7 and out. And DJ Simon is 6-4 down against Mooncake. And we know the match that we're in. And Travelling TT has already gone through against Chimpy by 7 racks to 4. And meanwhile, oh dear, that's really poor, LS3. Got that 2 ball far too thick and went full in the face into the 9. Now, again, he might just dink through and try and drop by the 8 ball, but he could go 2 rails again out into the table for the 3 into the same pocket, but he's just trying to drop through and leave this either into the side, probably, let's have a look. Yeah, I would play it into the side because you're going to go down to the right of the 7 ball. He's held it without getting to the rail. Well, there's been a few little mistakes, not many misses or errors from Spectre Dawn, but LS3's just got 2 or 3 too many so far. Spectre Dawn now 1 away with the break. 3 ball goes in top right. And he's got a shot in the 1. But what about the 2 ball? He's having a look at the 2. Oh, that is way too tight to be trying to play it past the 7. So that's potentially a lifeline here for LS3. But, well, see, he's gone all guns blazing to try and get the breakout. And LS3's been given a lifeline, and can she take advantage of it? He could have potted the 1 ball and locked LS3 up behind the 7 there. He went full-blooded trying to force the cue ball to get the hit. And that's what caused him to miss the 1. Well, that's a better safety. Better safety for 2 reasons. The distance, but also because where the cue ball's finished, it's right on the 6 ball, so it's really awkward. But that was a well-judged and well-controlled safety in response from Spectre Dawn, because LS3's hooked. And this could be her last shot in this match. Yeah. I think it is now. The only potential lifesaver is that 5 ball. And the 4 ball, I think, only goes into the right corner pocket. Well, it will go into that one, but that's very tight again, so he's on it where he wants to be. And it looks as if he was trying to get in line to play the combo. Because that's way too tight past the 9. So this for the match. And that 9's kissed the 5 again and knocked it fairly safe, but it is a bank. And this is all or nothing. I don't know what that picture is that LS3's got. It looks like a woman, but I can't make out what it's meant to be. It looks arty-farty. That's what it looks like. Oh dear. This is not that one. Mind you, showing his 8 ball. I've forgotten already. Forgot about the handicap. So she survived another rack. And that was Spectre Dawn trying to get the breakout. LS3's also had the 6 ball in the break. Not a great shot in the 1, but she could play a billiard to bump the 8 and the 7 in. Now just has to hope she's got some sort of sight on the 1, which she hasn't. Now that's always a danger. You know, you have to ride your luck sometimes. Now this is, I mean, to go down the right side, you get a very slim chance of trying to hit that one from there. So to the left of the 5 looks about the line to get the hit. And, well, it's not bad. Question is whether Spectre Dawn wants to be taking another risk here and trying to play the long combo in the 2. He's just ducking for cover. But again, it might be to the right of the 5. No, let's have a look. I think she can get it from the left of the 5. Oh no. Well, didn't really set herself up very, didn't take much time to get herself set there. And there's the result through. Mooncake has beaten DJ Simon in a final rack decider, 7 racks to 6. Well, LS3 will be hoping that this is a bad match for the night, because she never really got motoring in this match. And she's made the mistakes and they've been punished. Not clinically by Spectre Dawn, because he's made his own errors. But like I said, he's made fewer than LS3, which is why he's sitting in the hill. Arty farty. Fife Robertson. I remember Fife. The little Scottish man with a beard. That was Fife Robertson. So, Spectre Dawn comfortably in the end by 7 racks to 3, and a stack of results have just come through as well. I think another 2. We've had the result with Popman and John Boo. Popman has won that match 7 racks to 3, along with the one that we've just seen. So let's now see how the bracket looks once it refreshes. The match between Sylvia and Slim, it's 5 racks to 4 to Slim. Larry is 6-5 up against Bankster. Let's have a quick jump into that room. And Bankster at the table, who's getting a 6 ball. Now he doesn't. Is he banking it past the 9? No, he's trying to get it to the rail and trying to get the distance in the cue ball. He's going to get a nudge. Now Larry's got a straightforward choice here. He needs to get off this 5 ball and try and leave himself good in the combo in the 8. No, he's trying to go in the short side of the 6. Or is he trying to get out in the table? I'm not sure what he tried there. But it's not perfect. He could have a go at the billiard. He could have a go at the cut. It's a sort of 2-in-1 shot here. He might be trying to cut it, but he might also trying to be clipping the 8 ball. We'll see how it turns out. Yeah, well, whether he went for one or both, it doesn't matter. He's got neither of them, and he's landed reasonably safe. The only problem is Bankster can go heave-ho to try and create a bank there. It's not easy, or he can just try and get it to a rail. But if you do that, and don't get to the rail, you can say sayonara to the rack and the match. And Bedhead has gone through against Stefan, 7 racks to 5, so loads of match results coming in. And what has Larry just done here? Well, he's made it as hard as he possibly can for himself. And again, getting himself funny. having to try and pull off recovery shots. More often than not, Larry's been doing that. And Bankster, can he live up to his name? Yes, he can. And it's going to be Hill. And, well, Larry, you need reliability. Yeah, I can't make out exactly what that picture was. 8 ball goes in. 1 ball right over the corner pocket. 2 ball up table. 4 ball over the side. 3 ball very close to the 2. This match should be over, because we've seen what Bankster could. Well, that is absolutely incredible.
Let's watch a replay of that last shot.
There's the worst shot of the night, folks. You won't see anything worse than this. That is categorised as the worst shot of the night. He didn't get into the cue ball at all. He's having to bail out with a jump stick. And a good recovery. Well, now, this is a little test. What do? Do you go 3 rails and try and come out behind the 6 and 7? Or can he play the draw straight across? Yes, he can. It's amazing. Looking at it from this side, it looked as if he had to run the cue ball. If he got right round behind the cue ball, you can see he didn't need to. But now, I think, well, it looks to me that he's going to have to just get over to here, because that's where the cue ball wants to go. But he's then leaving a slightly awkward cut in the 6. Is he going to try and get creative here, or is he going to take his medicine? And, well, I don't know. That is really tight. I think he might be able to get it. So this for the match. It's very tight. If he bends this at a slow pace, he might run into the 7. Yeah, he couldn't get to it. And so Larry has been reprieved, and he won't make the mistake this time. So it's been positional errors at the end of the day that's costly. Larry survived his. Bankster has not survived his. So Larry's going to go through. And I think that'll be all the first round matches pretty much done and dusted. So Bankster moves over to that 1-loss side. Quick check and see. No, we've still got a first round. Well, that match is the one we were in, so that's just about finished. But Sylvia and One Pocket Slim are still going at it. Slim's on the hill. And Sylvia has scratched. And Slim at the table. Well, he's left that a bit short. He's about 4 or 5 inches short where he wanted to be for comfort in this 4 ball. Oh, but he's bailed right out with the bank. And again, he could play the bank or he could play the cut. Or is the 5 ball there? No, the 5 ball's there. I was wondering what he was doing. I forgot about the 5. Yeah, Picasso's usually got one eye in the top of the head and one eye round the back of the head. His pictures, it's too sensible looking to be a Picasso. Loads of right hand English just to check the rail. Punch that cue ball back up to the line on the 9 ball. So this will be for the match. And now we've got the two ladies over on the one loss side. So Slim through by 7 racks to 4. So that now has got the first round matches all complete. Bill now has his opponent for round 2. So it's going to be Bill and One Pocket Slim. We've got Larry against Popman. Popman getting the 7 ball. We've got Bedhead 2-0 up against Mooncake. Mooncake getting the 5 ball. Spectre Dawn 1-0 up against Travelling TT, who's getting 7 and out. So we're going to go in and watch Bill and Slim to see what sort of form Bill's in. He's in a hurry tonight, I know that. One of the fastest matches in Friday night 9 ball for a long time, that first round match. And this might be a scratch match. At best, it will be the 8 ball for Bill, I would think. Mind you, I never even looked at what Slim's rating was, but it's not going to be much in it. Well, I think you need more than my jinxing powers to help your brain fill out. But I keep telling people, play sensibly, know your limitations, and make it difficult, and take the chances that you get. And if you don't think you can take the chance, then make sure he can. That's all the advice I can give you. Just play with some degree of common sense. But as I say, I don't know whether I'll be home. I'm going to try and get home anyway. So I was right in what I said. In fact, well, Slim's at 2,463. He's given Bill the 6 ball. I mean, that is just crazy. And this is a thing that I don't think Steve dare ever try and fix, because I think that, I've said this umpteen times, anybody who's 2,200 and over and playing anybody else of that level, it should be a scratch match. Simple as that. I mean, there's no way on earth Bill should be getting a 6 ball. But as I've also said before, it doesn't matter what he's getting if he doesn't get to the table. I doubt very much whether Slim's going to leave a 6-9 combo. He's just going to, the angle on the 5, if he pushes right through, he can get the 6 into the right side pocket. Shouldn't be a problem. Or if he goes too far, he'll take it long into this bottom right hand corner pocket. So he's spinning in behind it. And he might be. Now what's happened here? LS3 has gone through immediately on the 1 loss side, and Chimpy has forfeited the match, so maybe he's had enough for tonight or got called away, so that's an easy win for LS3. Right, see you later. So Slim is first off the mark on his break, and of course it's winner break, so he'll be able to break all he wants as long as he keeps potting balls and running out. One ball into the side, I think it was the left hand side. Not an easy shot in the two. These are never easy. Cue ball will be coming around into the open part of the table. He just doesn't want to run into that 5 and 4, because this is a fairly thin cut. Yeah, he was aware of that 5 and 4, and he got there, but the actual cut was not easy. So Bill has got his chance. Well, he could have done without brushing the 3. I don't think there's any major harm done. Oh dear, and no sooner have I said that, he's rattled the 3 now. What's that? Who's that that typed that in the chat? Is that LS3? Oh, you googled the picture. I don't know who it is that said it, but it's whatever it is, whatever the name is, girl from whatever that is, 1927. She's trying to bring a bit of culture to Virtual Pool 4. So Slim is going to be 2-0 up. Bill had his chance, but he's blown it. Welcome to Wit. Well, Bill's not racing through this match. And Slim has a ball in the break, but no shot in the 2. Can't get to it. He can see some of it, but he certainly can't do anything to pot it. I mean, he could try and avoid the double kiss and play a bank. He could cut across it and play the bank down into this corner. He can certainly get enough of the 2 ball to play the bank. Slim's not interested. He's trying to run away. And that will do. Bill might take the bait though, because the 2 balls comfortably off that short rail. And Bill might, no, again, he's decided against it. And he's hit that. He's hit that pretty perfect. The only problem is he didn't hit the rail. He's came behind the 2 there. He meant to catch the edge of it, and he came behind it, and then the ball never got to the side rail. So it's another error from Bill. And Slim is looking to just drop through to the side pocket here. Up far enough to get nicely on the 3. Well, Bill maybe had a cracking match in the first round, but ever since I've appeared, he's gone right down the pan. Now, what's Wit saying? By the way, around the same time I got YouTube notification for your stream, I also got one for Match Channel playing AI again. What is he doing, a live stream, or is he just? It's not usually a live stream. He just usually uploads a video. He's not. I don't. Is this on YouTube? I've never seen him live on YouTube. I've only ever seen him upload videos. So I'd be surprised if he's actually doing a live stream right now on a Friday night. I've never seen him do that, let alone any time of the day. You sure it's not just that he's uploaded a video? You know, that's generally all that he does. Well, Bill is getting his shot at it. And that's it. Just needs a 6 ball. But I don't think he's getting anything else in his break, though. Now, Slim can bank the 1 back in behind the 3 and 7 and head for cover up towards the 5. He's using the 7 and 3 that way. Presumably he's got cover. Well, he's just got it. I've always said this. I would get absolutely no pleasure out of VP4 by playing the AI and not only doing that, but just uploading all of that stuff all the time. It's whatever floats your boat, as they say. But that's not for me. Yawning started. Now the 7 ball is comfortable enough into that side pocket as long as you get nice and low on it, which you should be able to do off the 6 ball. And this will regain Slim's 2-rack lead. Well, I think he wants to. He might be a bit straight on it. Let's have a look and see what he can do with this size. He's actually dead straight, pretty much. So he may well just roll through, take his medicine, and just a quick drop in. Nothing else, just a dead weight drop in, where the cue ball's going to land sort of there, and then he's fine. Slim now back to where he was, 2 in front, 3 racks to 1. And dry, and immediately Bill has a shot in the 1, but he's got trouble ahead. And the problem ball will be the 7, but not only that, Bill's got to get from the 5 down here to the 6, and ideally Bill wants to finish somewhere like that where he can bump the 8 out of the way. So he should have already thought about that. Now he doesn't want to get too greedy on this 4 ball. He's want to come back for the 5. Now, let's say like he's again, he's just dead straight. He could have done with an angle either way. And this is not good. He may well just have to take his medicine and cut that 6 behind a 7 and 8 and run for cover. I think that would be the sensible shot to play here. Just a thin feather cut or leave the cue ball behind the 7, 8, whatever he does. But it was crazy to try a stub cut in that 6 ball from there. He's done the right thing. And remember, because I've remembered, Bill only needs that 6 ball. And this isn't going to get to a rail, so Bill's got an easy win on this rack with ball in hand. So it's back to 1 again. Now, a quick look at the bracket. And Mooncake's 4-3 up against Bedhead in round 2. Spectre Dawn racing away against Travelling TT, who is getting 7 and out. Spectre Dawn's 4-1 up. And Larry and Popman. Larry's 3-2 up. A result through from the 1 loss side. Bankster has gone through against John Boo, 4 racks to 1. Well, Bill's break must have been dry because Slim's at the table at his mercy, and I think this all hinges on him getting good in the 4. Well, he's playing it through the gap, and he probably just stopped the cue ball, kill it stone dead. Yeah, he just wants to stun this in. So it looks already like Slim is going to regain that lead again. Or stretch the lead again, I should say. Who's playing for the team tomorrow night? Well, the same team as last week. The team remains unchanged. Tornado Tam gets his 2nd week in a row off. I'm not playing. And we've got Popman, Mark Shark, and Steve-O playing tomorrow night again. There's another result through from 1 loss side. Stefan has taken out DJ Simon by 4 racks to 2. And meanwhile, Slim is getting his 2 rack cushion again. Yeah, I thought we had a good result last week. There's no reason to change the teams. The only reason it would have been changed and could still be changed if somebody tells me they can't make it. So I might as well give them another go at it. So Slim's break is dry, but although Bill's got a shot in the 1, he's certainly not got any shot in the 2. Not at the moment, he's not. He was trying to get behind it to take it up table, and he actually got there, but because you start doing things with the cue ball, it makes the pot a lot more difficult. Sometimes, people will watch the stream and think, oh, that was a poor shot, but unless you get behind the cue and you see what he's trying to do with the cue ball, you don't realise how difficult it's suddenly become because he's putting English on the cue ball to force it over into that gap. And that always adds to the difficulty. What the hell has happened here? What button did I press there? Hang on a minute. And the 1 is now hung over the pocket, so I think Slim's having to jack up to get right into the cue ball. Didn't get the hit in the 2, and he's got himself in deep trouble here. I'm looking to see where the line is, and I'm not convinced it's up there, Slim. I think maybe his best bet would be to jump the 9 and hit the 2 ball that way and hope he glances it. But what he's also thinking is it might be better to try and make things awkward, which, well, it still means the 2 and 3's locked up, but ball in hand allows Bill to get rid of the 2, and potting the 3 allows him to drop the short side of the 4, so it wasn't exactly the best attempt at locking a ball up by Slim, and suddenly this has become all so easy for Bill. Just the 4, the 5 and the 6, and he's back to within 1 again. Next week we play the Benny Hill team. Luckily I will be having a night off then. Who's the Benny Hill team? And how did you give them the nickname the Benny Hill team? You got to explain yourself. So Bill could do with a ball and a shot and a run out. Well, he's got the first part of it. And the 1 ball's going in the side. I think the 2 ball's already gone. He's got a dodgy cut in the 3 or a bank. So it's not falling easy for him. There's another result through, and DJ Redo has taken out Sylvia by 4 racks to 1 on the 1 loss side. So the 1 loss side is moving on as well. And that's a good safety by Bill. Slim as well and truly locked up. So it's an up and down. Oh, lovely bunch of coconuts. I think I don't think there'll be any doubt. I think Semi-Pro will be playing every week in this league because he's worried his team won't hold together without him. He doesn't trust his team. He'll be in. I'll be very surprised if he's not putting himself in this week. Put it that way. Mind you, I think he said last week because it's Cheeky Chico in his team because I think one of them couldn't make it or something, and that's why he put himself in last week. So we'll see if he's in this week. In fact, no, he's not back. It's now all squares, 4 racks all. So Bill's break. Try again. Push out played. And that might not necessarily be the best push out again by Slim, because Bill's just done that. Slim's had 2 push outs which have not been the best he's ever played. Now obviously Bill can pot the 1. So Bill should maybe look to try and get as close to the 2 as he can. He can certainly get the cue ball over that side because what he's looking to do is duck away from that 2 and pretty much leave the 2 ball where it is. Well, again, he's getting aggressive, and I think the best thing that happened there was running into the 8. But he's now not finished good on the 2 to duck away from it, so he's probably just going to feather it behind the 6. And he's not managed that. He's sneaked out past it. I think he should have just potted that ball and played it softly enough to give him a better shot at getting away from the 2 rather than trying to break them out. And that's a good shot by Slim.
Let's watch the replay of that last shot.
So Bill's in big trouble here, and Bill likewise realises that and has decided to try and tie the 3 and 7 up. I don't know that I wouldn't say they're necessarily a great combo, because that 7 ball's going way into the long rail. So Slim going for the 3 fouls. That was always in the cards. And this is tough as well. I don't know whether Bill can get a line between that 8 and 5. I don't know whether it's there at all. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. And I think well, he's going well above the side pocket, trying to get between the 8 and the 6. Yeah. So that's Bill, I think, on 2 fouls. Now, what does Slim do now? Because the 3 and 7 are still tied up. And he's trying to punch this 2 around the table. He has to avoid potting the 2 ball, or this will all go pear-shaped. And the 2 ball has gone in. That was the only danger.
Let's watch a replay of that last shot.
It was the only way it could work out wrong. And so Slim is trying to bail out now. Although again, he would. This is interesting because suddenly Bill has got the upper hand. Now the 3 and 7 still tied up. That 4 and 6 are now together, but they're not tied up. So Bill's in a bit of dilemma here. What does Bill do? Does he try and put Slim in 2 fouls? He could. He's just tickled the 3, and that's not bad. He's still got to try and kick this from the side opposite. He's trying to just roll onto it, and that'll do it. So this rack is going to be decided by whoever comes out on top on this 3 ball, and by whoever is prepared to take on a shot. What's the Black Mermaid? Well, whatever it is, if it's on television, I'll never see it. Well, this safety exchange goes on. Slim has tried something crazy. And so Bill, and of course now the 4 and 6 are tied up. Bill's got ball in hand. He's going to try and move them, and he hasn't got the hit. Now, quick look and see how things are going. Larry is through. I must have missed that result. And Mooncake is about to play Spectre Dawn, who beat Travelling TT 7-2. Oh, that result was just popped up there, the one with Larry and Potman. Where's the cue ball? Bill will try and roll this 4 in gentle. I don't think he's going to thump this in. I think he's just going to roll it in. Play the 5 long. Now, he's got more angle on this 5 than he would like, but I think he'll still be gentle. The 6 is off the rail. And for the first time in a match, if I can remember right, Bill's in front. Yeah, that was a good match. That match with Interchange X and Mr. Fox. So Bill had a ball in the break, but he's now got himself blocked out on the 2. Almost got that combo in the 9 there. But he'll be happy with the result. I mean, there's an edge of the 2 showing. And this is just in the lap of the gods as to how this is going to finish up for Slim. Well, Bill is now favourite to get on the hill, ball in hand, 2 in the side. And he's got to be sure of how he's playing this. He might just roll through again, yeah. Just keeping it simple and a little drawback to expose the 5 ball past the 7. Just like that. And a nice angle on the 5 to punch the 5 in and come up table far enough in this bottom half. Needs to go far enough, and he hasn't. He hasn't for comfort's sake, but I mean, again, it shouldn't be a problem. So, Bill's turned the match around, and of course, he was always going to be a strong bet to do that if he was getting to the table and having to just get to the 6 ball, and that's what's taken him into the lead, really. This big money ball advantage that he's got. Well, get out of that, says Bill. And I'm looking to see. Well, Slim has got the jump stick. What he's trying to do with it or intended to do with it, I have no clue. Well, he thinks he can try and get over this 2 and 7. Yeah, he certainly got over it, but he was way too close. So this match has turned on its head. So ball in hand, easy enough 1 ball, easy enough 2. Oh, he's played the combo. Well, I thought he was just rolling the 1 in. So it's game over in the end, and Bill sails through by 7 racks to 4, but that's what Slim had to do in the match. He had to keep Bill away from the table, and unfortunately he didn't. In the end, the safety battles, Bill generally came out and top there later in the match, and he's run away with a 7 racks to 4 win. So, quick look around. Spectre Dawn and Mooncake. It's 1-0 to Mooncake, who's getting a 7 ball. Quick look in the 1 loss side. DJ Redo and Travelling TT have just started. Bankster's 1-0 up against Bedhead. Bankster getting a 7 and out. Step and Popman have just started. LS3 and Slim are just about to start. So we'll jump in and catch the rest of this match with Bankster and Bedhead. Bankster, one of the most dangerous players, getting 7 and out against Bedhead. Dangerous because he can generally find his way out when he puts his mind to it. Bedhead's putting his mind to this 2-9 combo here. He could easily play the 2 ball onto the rail and in off the 9. It's a big pocket. He just needs to get it tight up there and it'll go in off the 9 like that. And he's on the 3. Oh dear. And the old jinx has worked again. Bedhead's fallen at the first hurdle, and I'm getting the blame of it. I'm getting the blame. And Bankster on the 4 ball, 5 ball into the side, 7 into the left side, and it's 2-1. And no sooner have I said that than the jinx has worked on Bankster as well. The two players have been jinxed immediately. I turn up the room. And it should have been 2-1 to Bankster, and Bedhead gets his reprieve. It's just strange how it happens. I think he's a wee bit hampered here, but no major problem. Nice enough angle in the 8 ball to get into the cue ball, come off the long rail and stun it across far enough to make the cut in the 9, and that's perfect. So rack number 4, just a race to 4 always in these one-loss side matches. Blinking, you'll miss it. Bedhead, I think, has come up dry. Bankster with no real shot in the 1. But is he going to manufacture a decent safety? Trying to tuck behind the 3 and 9, but a bit too heavy, and I think he's left the 1 on. Well, the mistake's been made, but the angle that Bedhead's got, he can only just drop this 1 in and leave an awkward cut in the 2. That would be, just taking your medicine and not trying to do anything elaborate. And in this case, he looks as if he's trying to do something elaborate. He's trying to draw across. The main reason he did that was to shallow the angle in the cut. Had he just potted that into the side and come back, he would have left more of a Bedhead cut on the 2. So the fact that he drew to the rail, this has made it shallower. But he's got to still think about the 3 ball though. And he's got there, that was well controlled. Now, he's got enough, he might just have enough angle to draw in that gap. Oh, bumping the 6 has caused him an issue. He's now hooked and he's going to have to bail. The old faithful jump stick comes in handy, but this cue ball could finish behind the 7. You've got to be careful. It could finish behind the 7. The commentator's eye spotted it. You can see an edge of the 5 ball, but no more. Well, at least I thought I could see an edge of it. Let's have a look. And the more you look at it, well, I think he can just see it, but I don't think he's comfortable just skimming off the edge of it. And of course, well, now that that's finished like that, Bankster's favourite to square the match here. So the 7 ball will seal the deal. 2 racks apiece. Nothing doing for Bankster. Now, if Bedhead, and I don't think Bedhead can see enough of the one either. No, he can see it, but he can't see it enough of it to pot it into that top right. He could get really crazy and try cutting into the top left. That's a really, really difficult shot. So he's using the 7 and the 2 as cover. And that's a decent enough shot. Pushing that one ball to the side rail. Should be perfectly safe. Well, Bedhead this time, if he can get a bit of help in spinning the cue ball, he can maybe try. I don't know whether he got enough room to try and get to this short rail on the bottom here off this one. Yeah, he's using the 2 balls as a stopper, and that has worked. Now, if you're going to go up and down to hit this one ball, and you're going to go that way, you have to put left English on it. If you're going that way, you've got to put right English on it, and that's where you have to judge the spin. And he's played that well. And, well, it could be simpler here for Bedhead. I think Banks will be quite happy with the outcome. Although he won't be happy with his next shot, though. Oh, suddenly I've hit the sleep wall big time here, and it's what 25 past 8. I might get my second wind in about quarter of an hour's time, but right now my brain just wants to go to sleep. I'm yawning. I can't stop yawning. Oh, that's very tight, and he's a feather edge. And that bump in the 4 ball doesn't do him any favours. Can only roll onto the 2. Can't do anything else with it, I don't think. Well, this is dicey, this. Little dinks to the rail. Now, if Bedhead tries a double kiss here to get away from the 2, the 2 might hit the 4 and come into play here. Yeah, he didn't hit it with any force. And he's left the option for Bankster just to push the 2 through. Well, he's got cover. But the little jump escape, well, it's not a difficult hit for Bankster, but if he hits this 2 full in the face, this cue ball can go left into that corner pocket. But he's hit it on the right side in the back of the 2, and he's come up with a good result. I think Bedhead will try the same again, although this time he'll be trying to pot the 2. The problem is the cue ball's going up and forward and left behind the 8 ball, which is not great. Well, you see what happened if he'd got that, if he'd actually potted that 2, Bedhead was locked up behind the 8, pretty much. Result through in the one-loss side, Stepan has taken out Potman by 4 racks to 1. Well, this is a tight 2 ball on the rail, awkward over the 8 ball. Now, quick look at the bracket. DJ Redo, 2 racks to 1 up against Travelling TT. This match we're already in. The results through between Stepan and Potman. And LS3 is 3-2 up against Slim. And LS3 getting the 6 ball. And that's a good enough shot. You can see, you can see enough of the 3, I think, just enough. Bedhead just double checking round about just to get his bearings so he knows where he's going. So, you've got a shot clock, so you might as well use it just to, make sure you know again where you're going before you commit yourself. With this angle in the 6, it's not the best in terms of where the cue ball wants to head naturally. But he's played it well. Got it sliding over perfect on the 7. And also a good angle on this 8 as well. Well, maybe not. It's dead straight. I thought he'd a wee angle to cut it in, but once you get round, you see that it's not quite as simple. He may well just be rolling through. I mean, if he comes back, you've got to judge the draw. And he's gone to that point that's a wee bit square. You always expect him to get this, though. But he has done, and he's on the hill. We might be able to catch the end of that match with LS3 and Slim. We'll see how it goes. We're running out of time to join it. I think we might see the result come up in a minute. And no sooner have I said that than LS3 has gone through by 4 racks to 2. She beats One Pocket Slim. So LS3 survives. Well, Bankster, I presume that was a safety he played there, but he's not got the cover. But the big distance between where that 1 ball is and the 2 for the next shot, and he's hampered over the 6. So this is an ugly shot. Well, he did everything but pot the 1 because he got himself as good as you could hope on that 2 ball. But he's got second prize because Bankster has a very narrow window past that 9 ball to catch the rail and catch the 1 ball. He's looked up and down, and I think that's the way to go. I mean, looking at, going that way again, you need a load of spin to get that angle. I think he'd have been better going up and down because the angle was there next to the 4 to come down here, catch the rail and catch the 1 ball. But it's Bedhead who's got ball in hand. Again, he's got to play a good one to go on the 2. This is a bit judgment of pace again. And it's just gone to the rail. It just means that there's less he can do with the cue ball. You've got to He's got to punch this 2-ball in and at the same time avoid any collisions to get up behind it, and that's a good shot.
Let's watch a replay of that last shot.
I mean, that's excellent. Now, 5-ball, it's way too tight past the 9. So he looks as if he's going to try and get up top. And the result through between Spectre Dawn and Mooncake, Spectre Dawn is marching on, and that's a great shot as well, is marching on tonight by 7 racks to 2 against Mooncake. And Bedhead just 4 balls away from surviving another round on this 1-loss side. Now it's hard to judge whether he played that into the side or whether he was going high to play into the top corner. I think he was playing it into the side. But that's again well recovered. And so Bedhead has beaten Bankster by 4 racks to 2. Right, so we need a bit of a catch up here. Let's see where we stand. We've got Bill and Larry neck and neck almost. Larry's got a slender lead, 4 racks to 3. So we're going to jump into that match. It's a scratch match, no handicap. Great cut in the 1-ball by Bill. And the cue ball is just rolling into a spot on the 2. Little dink back for the 3. In fact, no, he's just gone forward. He's going to take it into the side, but he's forgot with the 2-ball. He should have maybe just dinked back there for the 3. Because his mind was on where he wanted to put the cue ball to take the 3 in the side, because he would have had to, he's blocked by the 4 down the bottom here. So Larry escapes there. Oh, is that the big money tournament, Slim? Yeah, you can get your entry fee back in that one. If anybody signs up for it, that is. I think you're looking for maybe some of the losers to come out in Friday night 9-ball and head into it. So, Larry having to kick to escape, gets no luck, and this time Bill should be good enough off this 2 onto the 3 into the side. And dare I say it, he should be out. He wants a wee angle on the 4 just to stud it in and bounce out to take that 5 into the same pocket. So out to the right as we look. And we've got a tied match again, 4 racks apiece. Bill breaking. Rack number 9. Something went in top right, 4s went in bottom left. Shot in the 1. What went there? The 4 ball and the 7. 1 ball and 2 ball are handy. 3 ball is quite close. And it's the shot from the 3 to the 5 that's going to count. And then it's going to be a dead set 6-9 combo. So the idea with this shot is that the cue ball follows through and finishes somewhere down there to make it easy to roll the 5 in and roll onto that 6. But he hasn't got there. Now this should be a really... No, there's no way he can hold for it. I was going to say it'd be a really delicate shot to dink the 5 in. There's no way he can hold. He might come round and bump the 6 though. I don't know whether he's... Well, he's tried some sort of bump. He's bumped to 6. He's got either the bank or the thin cut. And he wants that cue ball to finish either left or right of the table, so he got a shot in the 8, and that looks good as long as he doesn't scratch.
Where's the cue ball? Trouble with Scotland? Where's the cue ball going?
That's what I meant to say. So the scratch from Bill when he had the rack at his mercy has cost him. Oh, I'm missing some in the chat. I don't know what that line says up top. Is that bedhead at the wind up, is it, Slim? So Bill getting tactical, which I always like to see, but I don't think he's got cover. I think there's just enough of the edge of that 1 ball. And Larry trying to get distance, and that cue ball needs to slow up because the further it goes, the more it opens up a shot in this 1, or the possibility of a shot in the 1. And that is enough angle and enough of the 1 ball to pot it. And this is going to finish pretty nice in the 2. Might be straight though. No, he's got an angle. Just to come back and out. And Bill can immediately respond here. I said when I die I'm donating my V dollars to the One Pocket Slim Memorial Numpty Tourney. Well, this could have finished a lot better, Bill. You've left yourself in an awkward spot here. I just have to get that little punch into the cue ball. And now he's again just got to get the line held on this 7, and the cue ball is going to go into the middle of the table. Now this is the one that is the big test, because this is pretty close to that rail, but it's held the line nicely. A sweet hit on the 8 ball, and it's 5 racks all as Bill sinks a 9. Well, that's confidential information, that, Slim. Steve won't give you that. You can see what I've got. I've got about 14,000 or something. I think that's what I've got. And if I've got 14,000 and I hardly play in tournaments, that'll give you an idea of what they've got. And a result through in the one-loss side, DJ Redo has beaten Travelling TT by 4 racks to 2. So the tournament's been on for an hour and 42 minutes. And we've had loads of results. So it's moving fairly swiftly. And Larry tried the combo in the 9 there. And it's given Bill an opportunity to get himself in the lead, because again, at the risk of stating the obvious and saying the obvious, they are all there and they've all got a pocket. And when you know that in the back of your mind when you come to the table, you know there's no excuse. Well, all those guys have played loads of Friday night. It's not about how many you win, it's about getting in the money each week. I mean, the money I've got, a lot of that was from tournaments very early in VP4. And of course, before my circumstances changed as well, where I'm now working completely different hours. Well, this is, again, just got to be... Now, you could just dig through and leave the angle, and that's perfect. Now, don't scratch on the side, because if he punched this in, and again, he's controlled it very well, he hasn't let it run forward. He just stunned it into the heart of the table. And Bill on the hill. Yeah, every time he fixes something, he breaks something else. But it keeps him busy, or it keeps him away from the golf course now and again. And LS3 is still battling on in the one-loss side. She's taken out Stefan by 4 racks to 0. And Bill's just playing the push out here. And let's have a quick look and catch up in this one-loss side. So DJ Redo is now playing Bedhead, and LS3 is just about to play Mooncake. So now the scratch from Larry has given Bill ball in hand. What the hell's happened to you? Well, just when I was writing Larry off, Bill goes and does this, and here's Bill trying his expert jump technique over a very short distance, and he's almost potted it. Now Larry didn't think he was coming back to the table, but it's last chance saloon to take this match all the way. And this 4-ball, everything would be fine with this shot if that 9-ball wasn't there. That's the biggest problem. That's why Larry's having to draw back. He's trying to get the bottom and right English on it, and he has done, and that was well played.
Let's watch the replay of that last shot.
Now, if you look at this, if you look at that shot, when he's played it, he's in bottom and right English to cue ball. As soon as that cue ball hits that long rail at the bottom of the screen, it then punches it up to the right. So that's how you manipulate the cue ball in VP4. perfect example of it. Now, can Larry string these balls together to survive? Now, this is running at a reasonable pace. And that is not bad. Now, again, this shot, you shouldn't be spending far too long thinking on it. It should be a natural shot to see. Instinct should take over. And we have got a final right beside it. Welcome to Semi-Pro. Welcome to Run Out Rob. Welcome to all the latecomers. And Larry's break has given him the 5-ball. At least he can see the one, which means he can play a half-decent safety here off this 1 ball, although he's hampered over the 6. And he's looking to try and work out a way to get this. Now he's maybe looking at the gap between the 3 and 4 to. Well, it looks as if he's playing thinner than that. I think he's maybe just to try and get this 1 ball as thin as he can and get some sort of cover, and that will do. Cue ball thinking of scratching, but the spin will keep it out of the pocket. This is dodgy, this as well. Larry can't play the follow through onto the 8 ball because obviously the 1 ball won't pass the 8 straight on. Now, well, he's tried to leave it as awkward as he can because it was not easy to get a good safety out of that. Bill won't, I think, be refusing to cut the 1 ball. The only problem with that shot is how close the 2 ball is to this area, because he's even not interested in it. He needs, again, cover, but this time he hasn't got it. And Larry has his chance to win the match. So 1 and 2, not a problem. 2 to the 3 is a slight problem, depending on how he finishes in the 1 on the 2. And I think he can still just dink this and come back. Oh, but he hasn't come back far enough. He just stunned it to the rail. He needed to get a wee bit of draw in that, I think. And he hasn't got enough to pot. Or has he?
Let's watch a replay of that last shot.
That was an excellent shot. Because he's had to make that angle there. He's had to make the room. And he's got the hit. And he's also got a shot in the 4. So a good recovery from Larry. But look where the 6 ball is. Now I was going to say that he doesn't want to hit the 6. He just wanted to get below the 6 to leave at least a cut. And he's got there. I mean, if he'd hit the 6 and he'd come out on a shot, then he'd be laughing. But where the cue ball was going, he didn't want to hit it. He just wanted it to open out. But he's caught the 9. And Larry seems to be rushing at these shots. He did that in the match. Albeit he left himself a really tough shot in that 10-ball World Championship match the other night there, and it cost him the match. The one where I said he should have tried to break the 8 and 9 when he had the opportunity to do it and still be lucky enough to hold on to the 5-ball, and he never took it. And he just sort of seemed to rush that shot there. and that will definitely cost them the match this time. So Larry's moving over to the one-loss side. Where's this cue ball going? Well, Bill's trying his best to mess it up. He had a good effort at it, but he does get the job done. So Bill through. Now, we need to quickly look at this one-loss side. LS3's 1-0 up against Mooncake, and Bedhead 2-1 up against DJ Redo. Now, Spectre Dawn now knows who his opponent's going to be, and what is commonly called as a hot seat match. See who can get through to the final. So they're about to get underway, and I think we'll go in and catch this this match with LS3 and Mooncake. A scratch match, race to 4. LS3 1-0 up. 6-ball double banks, but no shot in the 7. Well, this is... I mean, you could push the 7 down the rail. In fact, it might be too close to the rail to even make that shot comfortable. I don't know whether he's... I mean, the bank is not good where that 7's sitting, I don't think. You could just feather it. He's trying to get to the short rail. It's not a bad effort, but it does give LS3 the simple choice. And you can go both ways here. You can bank it into the bottom left, or you can reverse bank it into the bottom right, and that looks pretty good to me. That is excellent.
Let's watch the replay of that last
and that is unlucky. Extremely unlucky. Look at the cue ball. It scratches into the side pocket. And everything has just gone straight downhill there. An excellent reverse bank by LS3, but the scratch ended up gifting the rack to Mooncake. So we're into rack number 3, ball in the break. 1 ball has gone, no shot in the 2. And a big danger here playing a push out, because if you finish up on the top side, and that's why he's kicked it, because if you played a push out there and you played up to the top end of the table, you're going to get locked up. So he had a go just to kick it and hope he gets lucky. This looks a bit heavy. Well, it's bumped to 9, but no shot in the 3, I don't think. I don't know whether I don't think the billiard's on either. Let's have a look. No. Just trying to skim the 3 and run for cover. And if that 3 holds its line, that's not bad. And this is really difficult as well to play a good safety, because you can't really get to the 3 ball. Oh, I'll tell you something though. That was not a bad way of working it out.
Let's watch the replay of that last shot.
That was excellent. Dragging into the cue ball to eat the pace off the cue ball. And it was very well executed. Oh, I've seen some quality shots here tonight in a few of these matches, which is what we expect to see. I mean, LS3 was unlucky there with that bank, with the cue ball running around and coming into the right side pocket. But we've seen some good executioner shots You've got to be brave enough to play them and confident enough that you can deliver them. And you'll never know until you try. Oh, I've got one of Larry's best Massey shots on my YouTube channel. I uploaded it. It was excellent. It's up there somewhere from a couple of years ago at least. And it was a long Massey shot that Larry had to play. And he nailed it. So you either nail them or you get them all over the place. They're so difficult to judge. It's probably one of the hardest shots in the game. It's not hard to play the sort of Massey. It's just hard to judge the pace, because there's a fine line where the pace goes too much and the Massey doesn't take effect, the spin doesn't take effect, or it takes effect too late. They're really difficult. Well, we're still tied up, one rack apiece here, but Mooncake is the one that's favourite to get the lead. But again, it's a testy 7-ball, and he's already given the potting angle 2 looks. You know, I don't generally give these 2 looks. If you have to have 2 looks, then the autopilot isn't quite working, because natural instinct will tell you, quick look at it, you see the shot, and then that's it. And then you commit yourself. But he's pretty much got there. So Mooncake has a lead, 4-ball, thought about going in. I think it's dry. LS3 can't get to the 1. So now, and she can't get to the kick angle either. 9 balls in the way. You can go up and down. I mean, the gaps between the 7 and 5 to get to that 1 from that end, and you might get lucky and pot the 1. And the chances are she's going to be playing again here. I don't know whether Mooncake wants to be messing with this 1 ball. I think he'll because it's very delicate if you're going to try and squat behind the 6. Well, he couldn't have played it any better.
Watch the replay of that last shot.
He knows fine well that had he not played that and put LS3 back in, she would have done the same thing. But LS3 has got the hit. But hasn't got the cover. Now this is another testy shot, because you've got to make your mind what you're doing, and you try to see that sort of in no man's land. He didn't really commit 100%. He's now got too much angle and trying to drag all the pace off, and that 7-ball done a great big favour there, because that's killed the pace in the cue ball. It almost tried to scratch. Now 3-ball obviously goes, and you have to go over here into the gap. 4-ball right in the pocket, but a good little cut, and you're on the 5 guaranteed. And Mooncake should be 1 away after this visit. Did his best to try and get enough angle in this 5. I mean, you can still leave the cut in the 6, but he's just got enough to get the spin working. Don't want to go too straight though. See, this is just a bit too straight, and the cue ball's close to the rail. So he's having to just dig up to get the stun working, and that's worked out very nice. And the rest is simple. You know, just a straight drop in the 8 and a roll through to the rail. And Mooncake in a strong position. And it's his match to lose now in a race to 4. Four ball goes in top left. One ball is available as a thin cut into the side or a cut up table. The biggest problem being the 5 doesn't go, sorry, not the 5, the 2 doesn't go past the 5, so no prizes for guessing what's going to happen here. Just a little brush onto the 2, just catch the edge of it and tuck it behind that 5 with a feather-like touch. But I think there is a tiny edge now. The problem with this is it going to be soft, and the danger is bringing the 2 out too far or not far enough and leaving the combo. And I think that's a pretty good result, because that 2 doesn't go. I said confidently. He tried the combo though. He tried the combo, and LS3 has a chance. Again, well controlled, because the 6 ball was in the way. You couldn't let that cue ball run. Where's the cue ball going? I think it's fine. Just. Well, this is just a stone wall stopper. And that was not well executed, I'm afraid. That needed, again, a wee bit more thought. But the big blast for the combo, the bank, and disaster. And I think that was a wee bit of frustration there with the shot that was played, because it cost her the match. And Mooncake, with a gift and the 9 ball, wins against LS3 by 4 racks to 1 now. Quick jump around, double checking what's happening. DJ Redo, Larry's 1-0 up. DJ Redo's getting, I think, the 8 ball. We'll have a look at the Bill and Spectre Dawn match. They're 2 racks apiece on the hot seat match, and Bill just put Spectre Dawn in trouble. 6 ball and 9 ball are tied up pretty much. Let's have a look and see that 6 ball. Yeah, that isn't going. And as long as the 6 ball remains there like that, Spectre Dawn won't be too worried. But Bill plays the breakout, and that's worked out a dream. Now this again is just about nice pace. He really should be just coming up and dropping this into the side. I mean, you can chicken out and play the long pot in the 8 ball. He's just under hit it slightly, but no problem. Loads of room. Can easily stun down to the rail, or I don't know whether he can hold it coming off the 8. Whether he's straight enough, but you know, he's gone off the rail, but he's got into it a bit too much though. Shouldn't miss this though. So Bill in the lead. Trying to build on it now. Ball and a shot needed. And one ball thought about it, and it's dry. And that cue ball might have travelled far enough. Oh, the one I think will go, it's a cigarette paper cut. Maybe, in fact, even more I look at it, the more I think it won't go. It is really thin. Spectre Don playing the right shot. Just rolling to it to make sure Bill didn't really have anything available. But 6 ball will be the stopper, and trying to get this cue ball up towards the 9 and the 4, I would think. Well, he's just going to use the 2. I would have went for distance here big time, because look where the 1 ball's finished. I mean, he's got more or less cover, but I would have still tried to get up that table. When you think about it, trying to play that an edge in that 1 ball from 9 feet away is a lot more difficult than just leaving a short range shot for your opponent, because look what's happened here. This has got to be really thin. There's just enough of the one showing, and then again maybe there isn't. It looked as if there was an edge of it. Spectre Don having to put a bit of side spin on it to get around that 8 ball. Oh dear. Well, oh dear from the point of view that it's a dead set combo in the 6. And Larry comfortably through in the 1 loss side against DJ Redo, 4 racks to 0. Surprised Bill's not playing the combo. Mind you, when he just needed to roll the 1 in and he's on the 2, why bother? And he's trying to get right down below this 3 for it in the side, and he hasn't got there. That was just asking too much. And now Spectre Don has been given the opportunity to immediately respond and tie this match up again. Can he get out of there though? Can he get out? And the answer to that is no, and that was the problem with the 6 ball being so close. It's got a fair chunk of that 6. Left Spectre on hook behind the 8. Now this 5 ball looks like a combo into the bottom left hand corner, but I don't think Bill can get the angle. Well, maybe he can past the 8 ball. He's not looking. He's not looking, and that was a combo. And he might regret that, because that 5 was dead into the corner. Had he got to the bottom, I mean, he could get past the 8 ball, get to the rail, and get the hit for the combo there, and I don't think he looked at it. Now, having said that, even though Spectre Dawn's at the table, he's going to have to manufacture something which he might be trying to do now. Maybe not. I thought he was trying to get into the 7 and 9 there, because they're by no means set for a combo. Let's have a quick look. Well, there's enough room to manufacture the combo, but this all hinges on where he's leaving the cue ball. Now, needs to get a very good look at this, because this is a thin cut to the side rail to chip that 9. And it needs to be hit with pace. And that's perfect. Absolutely perfect.
Let's watch a replay of that last shot.
He had to get the pace in it, because it had to be thin, and it still had to have enough pace for the 9 to get to the hole. And he couldn't have played that any better. Well, I've said this earlier, we've seen some good shots tonight. There's been some quality shots from a number of players. Well, this is asking to be clipped off the left-hand side, miss the 6 ball, get to the long rail and come down behind the 4. Needs a bit more running in it though. Needs a bit more running. Well, the nudging the 3's done no harm. But again, not a difficult hit though. Well, this should be a really delicate little shot here. To nudge that 1, use the 9 as a stopper, and try and drop behind the 2. That is really delicate, and I think looking at the angle, it looks as if you're hitting a lot more of the 2 than you'd want to. I don't know what Spectre Dawn's looking at here. Is he trying to blast this into the side? No, again he's went the other way, and I think that that 9 ball might be just doing enough. Is it? Is it just doing enough, or does Bill think he can see it? I think he can, looking at it from there. Yep, he can get enough of it. Well, I mean, I've always said this every week, and I say it week in and week out. You know, if you're given a guy, with the exception of Bankster, if you're given some guy, you know, 6 and out, 7 and out, you should still be winning the match if you're playing to your standard. And it does, I think, you know, the object of it really is what Bedhead said. I mean, it forces you to be on the ball and not take any liberties and take any chances. If you're playing to your decent enough standard, you should still be winning out. If the other guy is winning racks, it's generally because you've made the mistake, you've gave him that chance. Or more importantly, you've made the mistake at the wrong time in the rack. And more often than not, that's the case. I mean, because you've got the one thing you've got in defence here is the fact that it's spot money. It's not like the Saturday Night 9-ball league where there's no spot money on, and if somebody's getting 5 and out and they're breaking off, bang, 2 money balls going in the break, rack over. So we're tied up 3 racks all, but Bill going back into the lead. Yeah, that that you're saying there, semi-pro, that's a different matter. That's a different thing altogether. Because we had that earlier on there. What match was it we were watching where Bedhead was playing Bill? Was it Bedhead playing Bill? And Bill was getting a 6-ball. You know, that's not fair. That's down to Steve more than anything else. The fact that Bedhead's sitting at 2,400 rating, and he comes up against somebody who's 2,200 odd, and he's given a 6-ball to them. That's totally unfair. You know, that is unfair. I don't know what shot you're talking about, Interchange Extra. I probably missed it trying to read the chat. Yeah, and that's something that I don't think, I'll be honest with you, I don't think enough of us are driving that message home to Steve for him to be motivated to do something about it. Because to me, that I've always said there has to be an upper level for this handicap where it stops. And I say the level should be 2,200. If you're at 2,200 and above, and you're playing somebody above that, then you shouldn't be getting a handicap. End of. And I think that's a fair call, and it should be like that. And if Steve fixed that, then I think everyone would be more or less fine. You're always going to get something like that happening in this tournament on a Friday because of, in general, the regular amount of players that play in it. They're going to bump into one another every now and again, and you're going to get that stupid, ugly handicap. But apart from that, I think the rest of it's fair enough. If you guys that are running ratings of 250, 300, if you guys are running that and you're giving handicaps to people, then you should be giving handicaps to people. You know. But no, not at least 300, 200. It should stop there. But like I say, if there's not enough of you complaining about it to Steve, and he's not getting inundated about it, then he'll not do anything about it. Just the same as he won't put my cameras in if you guys don't bloody well vote enough. Well, I think he definitely needs to look at the... You know, again, it's down to how much work it involves for him to actually do something like that. It probably would take maybe a fair bit of coding or whatever. I don't know. I mean, it's only he's going to know that as to whether it's going to be worthwhile. But see the bottom line. The bottom line is that the World Championships that we do aren't handicapped. So there you've got no excuse. It might be another year before we'll get a 9-ball World Championship. He seems reluctant to run one. He wants to try and offer variation, whereas I go down the route of having things on a regular basis each year. That's the way I always try to do it. Mind you, we weren't doing as many World Championships in VP3. I'll grant you that. I mean, the only ones I did were Friday night, were the 9-ball and the snooker. I didn't do any other ones. That was left to other folk to organise. And we had one or two other ones, but the only regular ones were the ones I did. I don't think anybody else was motivated to be. And of course, remember back then it wasn't as easy to organise it. It wasn't quite as simple. It was simple enough that it was a simple tournament system, but it was just I had loads of paperwork for tournaments back then. I used to write everything down just in case the tournament system went tits up. So we're 4 apiece. We've got Bill at the table, and if he can nail himself on this 7 ball and not hook himself behind the 9 if he's coming back to this narrow side, which he is doing, well, this is a very delicate little dink into the middle, or it's... Well, he hasn't gone delicate. He's trying to get back out into line. Now, I think again he should take his medicine and just let the cue ball run. He's put a bit of inside left on it, and he's fine. Anyone know what room the Snooker World Championship will be in? It'll be at the Crucible Theatre in Sheffield. It's the same room every year. Well, I'll tell you what one it won't be in. It won't be in that bloody Loch Lomond. It's horrible. If he ever does one. That's a piece of shit, that room. I hate it. And that's my best way to describe it. So this is another little tricky shot. He builds up having a good look at the 3 ball. That's the main thing he's doing, is to see how the 3's sitting in the pocket, to see how he wants to try and get out for this 4. And he's trying to get greedy. He's trying to use the angles, and it's not the first time. I've done it myself. He's completely missed the ball around the angles and given ball in hand to Spectre to square the match. What makes you think we're going to have a snooker one next? Are you been pestering Steve to have the snooker one next semi? Oh, this has gone to that funny spot again, hasn't it? But Spectre Dawn rarely misses these. So, we could be going all the way in this one. 5 apiece. Spectre breaking. Again, loads of running in all these balls, but they just can't find one of these 6 pockets. Now, just enough room to tuck this 1 ball. And that's good enough. The problem with this shot that Spectre's playing, he's trying to just dink onto the 1. And if Bill can, which he can do, he can just skim off it and try and get right over to this other rail. Miss the 3. Well, he hasn't missed the 3, but he's still got a good result. And Spectre might try the same again. He might try and go inside that 6 and just drop onto the 1. Let's have a look and see if the angle's there to do it. It might not be. No. He's trying to clip the outside of it. And I think that was a cracking shot.
Let's watch the replay of that last shot.
He was always bound to be leaving it on if it bounced off the rail, which it did, but it was such a very small window to hit that ball. So it's the combo in the 7. 2 ball stays in place. Bit straight in the 2, I think, but again, shouldn't be a problem. Well, there's a slight problem now. He's hampered over the 9. But it's just going to be a long 4 ball up past the 6. No, he's trying to stunt past it. And again, that was a cracking shot.
Let's watch the replay of that last shot.
I mean, it was so easy for him to bail out. But again, he executed the right shot to get on the mark. He could have just chickened out, but no holding back. Well, he got the rub, and that's what counts at the end. He got the rub. He could have just bailed out. I mean, everybody else probably would have, and just rolled through and left that long, because that was a surefire way of making sure you got the shot. He took a risk, playing the more difficult shot to execute, and he nailed it. Got a little bit of rub of the green. I don't think this is a gimme, by the way, but it's gone in. And as Spectre Dawn beginning to fire up, well, there's another result through from the 1 loss side. And Mooncake has ended Larry's participation this week. He's beaten Larry by 4 racks to 2. Spectre Dawn on the hill, breaking off, and I think it's dry. Where's the cue ball? Oh, the 7 goes in at a death. And he's on the 1. On its last breath, that 7 ball just dropped in. And he's trying to dig in to get across for a cut in the 2. Oh, and again, he's got a lucky roll. The 1 ball comes down, bumps the 9, locks up behind the 5. Well, it's... I don't know why he's looking up the table. To me, you're looking over there to the long rail. Or is he looking to tie something up? Is he not risking to hit it? He could pot this 1 ball. He's got a narrow window to get it. I can't imagine why he's looking all around the table. Well, I don't think that was ever on. He needed to juice that up a bit with spin. And he might have been better to have had a go at the kick in that. I don't think he really looked with any great intention there that he was going to try the kick across the table off the long rail and into the narrow window to hit that 1. It was probably going in every day of the week if he had done it. And he had executed it. And this 2 ball pushed to the 8 and run for cover. And I always think that's as good a shot as anything. You know, if you don't get the snooker, I've always said it, get the distance. But that 8 ball still can act as a stopper. And again, it's a well-played shot by Bill this time. So this is the old hit and hope. Oh, well,
Let's watch the replay
he's
of that
kicked
last
the 2
shot.
in. Just hoping to get the hit, but he's kicked it in. Now, how's he going to work with the 3 just rolling dead to it? So this is to see who gets to tonight's final. And this looks good. That's excellent. It's excellent because the cue ball's tight to the 9. There's no room up and down to get to the 3. To make it simple. And Bill's clinging on here, but he's got his reward for the good safety. Ball in hand, and they're all there. The awkward one is a 4, but I think with ball in hand, he can just... well, the 4 doesn't go past the 6, that's why he's coming back across. It didn't get enough time to get down there, but it doesn't go past. He's a bit short, though. A bit short, but loads of room. And he can run the cue ball, and the pace is good. Oh, this is catching. Oh, it's catching an awful lot of that rail there. Now, again, do you try and get right down past the 9 ball, or do you leave it out on the table? He's left it out on the table. And now he's just trying to hold the pace off the cue ball, leaving it in the short side, and it's fine, and it's a final rack decider. Well, again, something has flew in off the break, and I think the 5 ball went into the bottom right. The 8 ball was the ball that went in, and Bill's got a shot in the 1 and room to get out onto this 2. And the big shot of the rack is coming back. He's digging into the cue ball to come off the long rail on the right and back over to the left. And the pace is a bit too heavy. Too much juice in it. Now you can bank the 3 back up the table and squat in behind the 9 and 6, I think. That would be a fairly safe shot to execute. The only problem is if he doesn't get anywhere tight, and he's gone up and down for the bank. He's had a brush in the 7, which has done him. Had he not brushed the 7, I think he would have been okay. And he's now... well, he thinks he can get the edge of this, but where's this 4 going to end up? Oh, I like the pace in the cue ball, though. That's a good result. Well, this has been a battle, this match. Good safety. Neck and neck. And if you can execute a shot like that and get a nice little bump like that, you're going to be home and dry.
Replay of that last shot.
Great shot. Cue ball around the corner. Bumps the knuckle. Slightly the wrong angle on the 6, but he'll take what he can get, because all he has to do is bump in the 9. It's over the pocket, more or less. Roll in the 7. Thank you very much. And Spectre Dawn is through to another final. But Bill is going in the mix on the 1 loss side. So Spectre Dawn beats Bill 7 racks to 6. And a cracking way to win the match, though. Didn't hesitate. Went for the jugular and got a little lucky bump at the end there that saw him over the line. So now it's all about the 1 loss side. Spectre Dawn can have a coffee. We've got Bill and Mooncake just about to get underway. Mooncake's got that crazy rating there next to his name, but that'll recover. And we will get in straight away to that match. Excuse me, Bill's already in. Mooncake's arrived. The lag for the break, race to 4. So Bill looking to try and hold off Mooncake to try and get a second bite and a second go for revenge against Spectre Dawn in tonight's final. And it's only 24, well, just about what, 23 minutes to 10. So we've been on for 2 hours and 37 minutes thereabouts. And straight away, Mooncake's break is dry. Shot in the 1 for Bill. And loads of room to get on the 2. And it's going to have to be... Oh dear, I think he couldn't have finished anywhere worse. Look at this. Yeah, he left himself really tough. I was going to say, well, whoever it is now that gets there, it's going to be the 4-6 combo. That's going in every day of the week. Oh, I don't think he's got it to the hole though. Mooncake hasn't hit it. Well, little errors like that are so costly in a race to 4. Because you know you're pretty much sold a rack doing it. Oh, this cue ball's just run on. And this has got to be thumped to get this 4 moving. Yeah, it was way too tight. And Mooncake has gotten away with it. Now, oh, it's tight up and down past the 9 to get to the 4. I think he's in a pretty good line of where he's going. And that was excellent.
Let's watch a replay of that last shot.
It looked as if he had picked a mark perfectly there. And the end results proved that he did. Again, it's just gone awkward. Now, he can go forward and around the angles. The danger's a 9 ball. Well, he's overhit that by a country mile. I can tell you that straight away. And I think he's trying to pinch too much there. I don't think he needed to pinch a great deal. I think all he needed to do was get the side spin in the cue ball, catch the angles, and come around. The danger was the 9 ball, and but he actually hit it far too hard. But can consider himself, well, that's the worst jump shot Bill's ever played.
Let's watch a replay of that last shot.
Because it was such a distance between the balls. And Mooncake lives and breathes again. Well, the golden rule, anywhere up by the left or right side pocket or just beyond it is perfect, and that's perfect. So Mooncake, on his break, comes through the first rack. In the end, it could have went either way. Seven ball has gone in. No great shot in the 1. But loads of opportunities to find cover behind a ball somewhere or other. You've just got to be, picking that line where you want to go and where you want to send the object ball. And, well, the bump in the 8 ball's done it no harm because I don't think the 1 ball's going anywhere. Well, where the hell? I've hit the C button. And the more I look at it, the more I can see that 1 ball will go. Very thin. And Bill's pace has just run past the two. Oh, yeah, well, I think everything went in there.
Let's watch a replay of that last shot.
So he's cut the two into the side. I don't know what the other ball was that he knocked in, because I can't see it. Oh, look at where the four balls ended up though. Four balls dead, I think. Yeah, it doesn't go. And so Bill was trying to get cover. He hasn't got it now. We've seen Spectre Don's been aggressive trying to break things out. The angle and the path looked reasonable to try and get some sort of hit on that 4 and 8 ball there. It might have been had Mooncake made the pot in the 3. I think Bill's pace is just a wee bit short. Now this is another test of how confident you are with your mouse. And Mooncake is reasonably confident because he's got the cover, but you know what Bill's like. You know what Bill's going to do. Good evening to Rotor Monkey. Haven't seen you around for a while. I thought he was contemplating getting out the jump stick there, but he's went against it and he's missed a hit. At least I think he has. But of course, it's up to Mooncake, and Mooncake's deciding that he's not going to try any heroics with the 4 ball and breaking it out. He's trying the combo instead. And it's worked out nice. And it's 2-0 to Mooncake in the race to 4, so Bill needs to get himself in the match rather quickly. I'm sure we certainly had 1 ball in the break there, and he's not too bad on the 1 ball. The 8 ball has gone again. This is tricky. It's tricky to try and delicately roll this 2 in and stay this side and see enough of the 3. So he's trying to go 2 rails, and that's excellent.
Let's watch a replay of that last shot.
Excellent. He didn't try to be cute. He played the sensible shot, get the ball rolling. The only way it could have went wrong is if he ran into the 9 probably, but he got away with it. But he's going to have to dig out another good pot though. It doesn't get easier. Again, he's executed it very nicely. Has he got enough angle to work with here? Yes, he has. Just in behind the 6 probably. Play it long. And no problem with the angle in the 6. It's fine. Just let the cue ball roll out. That's all you need to do. Just let it roll. You'll get there. Oh, goodness me.
Let's watch the replay of that last shot.
I cannot believe he's missed that 6 ball. He has taken his eye right off the ball, looking at where the cue ball's going. That is a terrible shot. And Mooncake needs to give himself a good kick for that. That is an awful shot. There is no way in this earth that you should ever miss that 6 ball down the rail there like that. And that is the biggest sellout of the night for that rack. He's looked at where the cue ball. You just let the cue ball roll. You don't even need to look at where the cue ball's going. And he's completely focused on where the cue ball's going and not where the 6 ball should be going. Awful shot. Oh, that's going to hurt. And bar for the fact that Bill's broke off and get no shot. Yeah, that might have been an amazing shot, but that last shot we've just seen there, the worst shot of the night you've just seen there, I'll tell you. I don't think you'll see anything worse than that. It was so simple that the natural path of the cue ball was, the natural path of the cue ball's always go in this direction for, I think, the 7 into the side. He's got the 6 balls there or thereabouts. All he's doing is just cutting it down the rail. You never miss them. You never miss them, considering you had nothing to do with the cue ball other than just letting it roll out. It was all about just the pace. But he's completely forgot about picking the line for the 6 ball. Oh dear. I'm going to have a dig at him for that, I'll tell you. Well, good hit there from Mooncake. He hasn't had a good roll though. And, well, this is... You just don't want to get greedy with this. If you start trying to pinch things in this 1 ball, he's managed to stun it in. The only problem is the stun's tucked away behind the 7, so out of the jump stick for Bill. Nothing to do with the cue ball again, he just needs to pot the 2. But the big test is coming up because the 4 ball will go from the short side here. And he's trying to get there, and I think that is perfect. That is absolutely spot on. And a nice little bump.
Let's watch a replay
on
of that
the 5
shot.
Won't do him any harm here. That has been nailed. Well, I've said the shots are coming out tonight. We've seen more great shots than the duff shot that Mooncake just played. Bill squares the match. Eight ball goes in again. 1 ball goes in. I think the 8 balls were in about 3 racks in a row. Is it this match or the last match? I'm mixing up matches now. But anyway, the couple of balls went. The 1 and 8 balls gone. 2 and a 7. Needs to get a lucky roll here, and that might be it. Double kiss the cue ball onto the 9. Hold on the spot for the 2. The 2 ball rolls into place. And now he's going to take the 3 into the side as well. Probably not now that he's finished there. So it's just a cut. And again, it's all about the cut. You don't need to worry about the cue ball. If you get the pace right, the cue ball's going in the right direction. And again...
Let's watch a replay of that last shot.
Well, everything went wrong there. He hasn't picked a line for the pot. He's forgot about the pot. And the cue ball has scratched as well. So that is one of them. Well, it's all about coulda, woulda, shoulda, isn't it? Interchange next. Hindsight is the best thing watching these games, so it is. I mean, the 2 shots there, that shot that he had there was not the most difficult cut down the rail either. But he let the cue ball run way too loose. And it finds a pocket. Not only that, he missed the 3. So Mooncake is going to get to the hill. And, Bill's going to survive and win this tonight. He's doing everything the hard way because he knows if he gets through this, he's still got to play Spectre on in the final to get revenge. But he is going to have to do it the hard way. He's in Last Chance Saloon. And the bit of assistance he can get is if Mooncake comes up dry, which I think he has done. Although, The 6 ball's still spinning. Although Bill is going to have to play a delicate little combo where it's just about dead weight pace, more or less, to keep the 1 ball there. And that little bump in the 3 hasn't really done any harm. It's helped the 2 in, but again, he doesn't want to get too greedy. Just a firmish stun. And now the problem starts. How do you get to the 4? So somewhere down this side. And I think he's just about on the mark. That'll do. Problem, of course, now is from the 5 to the 6. 6 is blocked by the 9. Or it was blocked by the 9. Bill's ran into the 9. And now it's just a delicate dig in the 5 and leave the 6 long. But he might have overcooked this. And if he's overcooked it far enough, oh, this is awkward. This is really awkward. Not only is the pot difficult enough, look at the angle he's got. He's got right English on it to hit the rail. He might bump the 9 here as well. That could scupper his chances. He's avoided the 9. And he's in bedhead territory. And clinging on by fingernails here, Bill. 8 ball in the middle of the table. He's got to have a shot on it somewhere. Oh, he doesn't want to land on it though. He doesn't want to be landing on it. Oh, it's now one of these other ones. These ones that Steve said is so easy. And he's in there, dead centre. So we're going all the way in this one. So this, to see who meets Spectre Dawn in this week's final. Is it going to be Mooncake? Where's the cue ball going?
Where's the cue ball going?
That's where it's going, John. Into the hole. And I think half a dozen balls have gone in the break. The 1, the 3, the 7 and the 8 have gone. And look at this table. And Mooncake, well, if you can't get the job done here, you're going to have a serious look at yourself. And I mean serious. Because this is on a plate here. Just a little controlled stun, little draw. Get yourself down and to the right. Well, he's running forward. Whatever you're comfortable with, as long as you can get to the spot, then it doesn't matter how you do it. As long as you get there. So, well, what a bonus this rack is for Mooncake. Balls flying in all over the shop. And it's going to be Mooncake through to the final. And he's going to be getting maybe the 7 ball, I would think, maybe, in the final. I'm guessing something like that. It could be the 8 ball. I think it might be the 8 ball. So Mooncake goes through by the odd rack, 4 racks to 3. We'll get that confirmed. That's going to update in a second, and we'll see that in the final tonight again for the umpteenth time. It's Spectre Dawn, and it's going to be Mooncake appearing there in a second, which he has done. And well, I thought it might be the 7 ball, then I thought it was the 8 ball, but it is the 7 ball he's getting in a race to 9. In this week's Friday night 9 ball final, and it is 4 minutes to 10. And well, Spectre Dawn's had enough time to get a coffee, maybe a light snack, and we will get in. Mooncake's raring to go. He's not wanting to hang about. I'll just finish my bottle of water, and then I'm into my reserve one. Well, I think we've seen some good matches tonight. Good shots as well. Couple of really duff shots here or there, but I think the quality's been pretty high from the matches I've seen. And Mooncake getting that 7-ball. Biggest question is he going to get many chances to get to that 7-ball? Well, we'll just wait. Inspector Don arriving. Well, I say what I see, Slim. I mean, we saw the shittiest shots of the night. We saw 2 of them. But apart from that, I think it's been pretty good. Right, I'll be back in a minute. Right, here we go. Well, there is no cue appeared on the left-hand side. Oh, it's appeared now. And that ball on the right there, well, there might be a bit of lag going on here because of something going on, because that ball never even got to stop. But Spectre Dawn won it. And remember, Mooncake is player 2 in the HUD. He's getting the 7-ball. It's his extra money ball. It's not 7 and out. It's the 7-ball only. And Spectre Dawn comes up dry, and straight away, this is where you have to be playing at the level to be competitive with Spectre Dawn, and that is when there's a table like this and they're all sitting there. You've got to find your way, even through the problem of the 4-ball, you've got to find your way to get that sorted out. So you have to be making your mind up how you're going to resolve that. Now, he's gone a bit straight in the 3. It could have been the 4-5 combo. I don't know what it's going to be now. He's trying to bump the 5, and that's worked out nice. He's took the risk there, bumped to 5, held on the 4. And this is the one, again, make your mind up what you're going to do. The simple one is just to drop the 5 in, roll the 6 up top, roll through for the 7 into the right hand corner past the 8. Because you're having to do literally nothing other than just get the line on the pot. He's gone a wee bit further up the table. He's less straight than he would have liked, but he's still fine. And it's vital that Mooncake does stuff like this. Well, he's trying to... I've said it again because I've forgotten about handicap again. I thought he's trying to get himself in trouble and forgetting he didn't need the 8-ball. You've got to remember it's 2 hours past my bedtime on a Friday when I do this, to this time of night. As I keep telling you guys every week. I should have been in bed an hour and a half ago. But it's a good start for Mooncake, and that was from the dry break from Spectre Dawn, and immediately Spectre Dawn also comes in with Mooncake's dry break. But Spectre Dawn's got a slightly bigger problem to deal with. Let's have a look. 6-ball is hidden away. And the 4-ball isn't exactly easy either, because it's tight past the 9. It's awkward to get to there because the cue ball could roll through and end up behind the 7. And where he is now, he'd be better to try and tuck this cue ball away. I mean, he's maybe looking at the cut, but he's also then... again, I was thinking if he was going to be aggressive, it's a dodgy cut past the 9. He would have had to have slammed it in to get these balls moving. but he's trying to duck away. He hasn't got the cover. But this is going to... you don't want to leave yourself open to get locked up behind that 8 ball, or the 7 for that matter, and that was a good shot. And there's no room... I don't think there's much room to get enough into that cue ball off the shot reel to get to the 4, but that worked.
Let's watch a replay of that last shot.
And Spectre Dawn has pulled out a couple of kicks tonight that have involved in him getting a pot in the ball. He did one into the side. It might have been a 4 ball into the side for that matter earlier on in the match, or earlier on in the tournament. But he's still got the issue with the 6 ball though. Oh, this is going to end up a hook behind the 7. Easy enough to kick out. Does he think he can... No, definitely not any room to do anything with that 8 ball at all. Is he trying to come in behind it? I think that's... he had an idea there to try and... I don't think there was enough room, but he was maybe trying to come in off the 6 and clip that 8 in. I think that was the idea he had. But look at the result though. Well, when you can get a roll like that, you'll play those sort of shots every day. He's got lucky there. Yeah, I'm going back to what... oh dear. Going back to what Slim said, I'm complimentary when I see good shots. But I'm also exactly the opposite when I see rubbish. I'll always tell you what I think. So Spectre Dawn's going to very quickly respond here by getting out. And I'll tell you something else. Those 2 shots, those 2 really duff shots that we saw by those 2 guys, I bet if you ask them, they're embarrassed if they've seen them again. They know fine well they shouldn't be playing stuff like that. So it's the long haul here to 9. And the 4 ball, I think, has gone in top left. 6 balls hanging over top right, but no shot in the 1. Now he's thinking where to push. Now again, if he's pushing up top on the short side, he's asking for trouble here. Now, he can cut the 1 to the side rail, bump the 2 and try and hold behind the 3. When he's trying to go the other way, I don't think that was ever going to work that way, but I mean, this might pot this 1 ball. Spectre Dawn's just the type, he's just the guy that's going to do it. No, maybe not. For once it wasn't on, or he decided against it. But I'll tell you something else, Mooncake should have him in trouble again here. This should be resting onto that 9 every day of the week. Or the 2, and he's done neither. He's not controlled the cue ball well enough to get it in there. And what's more, the 2 is on, the 1 is on, the 3's a problem. And we've seen Spectre Dawn do this on numerous occasions where it's you know, there is an awkward couple of shots maybe on the table or a ball's in an awkward spot, and he's very good at finding his way through to deal with these situations, as he has done now. So the combo on the 5-6. This 7 looks reasonably tight. It might not be. Let's have a look. No, it's comfortably off the rail. So This is a make or break shot. Get nice on this 7. The pace is good. The pace is perfect. The angle's nice. So Spectre Dawn's getting to where he wants to be, in the lead. Slender lead. 7 ball is always a dangerous money ball. But like I said, if Spectre Dawn does what he does on a regular basis, Mooncake's not going to get to see that 7 ball that often. The Spectre Dawn's break has given him the 2 ball and the 8 ball and completely locked up in the 6. So just to push out again. Well, again, you can cut the 1 along the rail towards the 5 and come across the side. Mooncake's going for the distance route, and the problem is the 1 ball has come into play. It's not easy, and the sort of safety net here for Mooncake is that 3 ball. Well, again, no prizes for guessing what's going to happen next. Oh, has that found a gap? Would you believe it? He has found a gap. He's nudged the 6. And it's just an invitation to the party here for Mooncake. He wasn't expecting that. I don't think Spectre Dawn was either. But he's got the shot in the 3, trying to get the cue ball out, and now he's really awkward. He's hampered over the 6, which again increases the difficulty in the pot in this 4 ball, and also what he's what he's able to do with the cue ball. He's got to still think about keeping the cue ball in a line where he's got a shot in the 5. Oh, that bump in the 7 has come handy. It is very handy indeed. And now into the wide open spaces for the 6. Don't scratch the side. He's well away from that. And now around the corner and out with the cue ball. And this match will be all square again. Because all he needs is a 7. So don't forget, guys, if anybody's still awake and still there, we've got the Saturday night 9-ball tournament tomorrow night. Or 9-ball league, sorry. Oh, goodness me. No sooner have I said he should be home and dry, and this rack in the board.
Of that last shot.
Look at this for a miss. A straight in 7-ball where he's completely taken his eye off the ball. Now I don't know what's the worst miss. The one that he did earlier on down the rail, or was it Mooncake? Can't remember now. But anyway, that's another awful miss, and it might be that wear and tear and fatigue is setting in here for Mooncake. Where's Mooncake anyway? Let me find out, because I know Spectre Dawn's in the UK, Mooncake's in the Netherlands, so he's like an hour in front of us. So it's like 10 past 11 at night there. So the tournament's 3 hours and 10 minutes old, and it might be that he might be in worse shape than I am in terms of staying awake. And these are all a sign of it. Where he's just beginning to lose concentration. I'm trying to make excuses for him because regardless of that, he should never be missing a straight in 7-ball. And what you don't want to be doing is giving Spectre Dawn encouragement, because he'll just keep potting them all day long. And he's got a 3-1 lead at the moment. And again, he's got a problem ball to deal with. Now, if this doesn't go straight, which it has done, it's now a bigger problem. It would have been a lot easier to run around the angles, so he's just played the stunt to at least have a shot in the 6 and the side. Now, is he going to roll onto the 9? Or the 8 for that matter? Now he's coming back. I think he wants the 7 in the same pocket, yeah. There was a slight danger that if he had rolled that 6 into the side and rolled through and hit the 9, the cue ball could have ended up behind the 8. And playing that shot that he played took all of that out of the equation. Now, is this going to brush the 9? No, he's avoided it, but in order to avoid it, he's scratched, he's drawn off and spun into the corner. And it's handed in a plate to Mooncake to stay in touch. He's back to within 1. He's had a ball in the break. I don't know what one it was. Might have been the 7. No, it wasn't. It was a 6. He's got a shot in the 1. He's got the wrong angle in the 1. Oh, he's trying to nurse it to the pocket, but he ain't going to get there. And I think Mooncake's going downhill rapidly here. I think he's really struggling. I know the way I'm feeling, I couldn't pot a ball at this time of night. Well, it looks as if he's going forward, getting it running. Misses the bump in the 5. Now he has to avoid the 9 ball if he can. And he's checked to cue ball in order to do that, but it doesn't put him in a great line in the 4 ball. I mean, it obviously cuts up table. So he's going to have to dig out a shot here if he's going to stay at the table. Again, was there ever a doubt? Well, apart from the fact that Spectre Dawn scratched at the last thing on that was it the 9 ball he was on, or was it 9 ball he was pot? I can't remember. It's only 30 seconds ago, but I've completely forgotten what it was. But anyway, you know, that was a gift to keep Mooncake in the match. It could have been 5-1 right now. But as it is, it's going to just be going back to 2 racks in front. Two ball in the break. And the cue ball is tucked behind that 5. 1 ball is hidden. Looking for the push out, I think. Now, is he going to push out to the bank? Is he going to leave Mooncake some bait? Good evening to Hogg. Well, Mooncake did try the bank, and Mooncake is going to find out the hard way what the result of missing the bank is going to cost him, because he's going to have to sit there and watch this. And I think Mooncake's probably at the end of his tether in terms of staying power and concentration. The evidence is that it's looking that way. I might be interpreting it all wrong, but I think he's barely alive at the moment in terms of concentration. I think he's like me, he wants to get to bed. Well, he's getting the assistance though, and he's getting the lifelines given to them by Spectre Dawn. Get yourself into that cowboy in the loch. Sorry, no, it's cowboy on the 10-footer blind Hog, if there's anybody else in it. There's a tournament on for you in 15 minutes. So that's twice now that Mooncake has been generously been handed an opportunity to stay in touch. So there's self-inflicted damage here coming from Spectre Dawn. He's making the mistakes, and that's allowing Mooncake to stay in the game. The 9 ball is one of the balls that's gone in the break. It gets respotted once the 3 ball stops spinning. And in fact, that was the only ball that went in the break. Mooncake stays at the table, of course, and he's on the little 1-3 combo. No problem with the 2. There should be no problem getting out onto the 4. Again, I think he's just gone a bit straight though, has he? He's got a wee angle, and now he's gone really awkward. And he's got to run through to the 8 ball here to try and get that 5 into the opposite side pocket. I think that's the plan. He's got to bump the 8, and probably about the best he could expect there. I mean, the best result would be if he'd ran through farther, so he's the wrong side, so take your medicine. Oh, again, he's had a blast to try and get spectacular, and just when I was saying, just take your medicine, pot the ball and leave it long, he's had a blast, he's done a stub, and the inevitable is going to happen. Well, he's got a wee bit more juice in that than he really would have liked. It's a little testy one, but he rarely misses them. And the gap is back to 2. So a reminder before I fall asleep, the Saturday night 9 ball league is in its 4th week, and if I can remember, Is it that one? No, it's that one.
This is VP4 TV. Here is a list of scheduled upcoming matches in this year's VP4 2022 World 10 Ball Championship. I will try and stream as many matches as I can, although time zone differences will be an issue. I must thank those players who take this into consideration when arranging their matches. Please subscribe to my YouTube and Twitch channels to join in the stream chat.
Now, this is just a quick reminder. That's the standings on the left for the first 3 weeks of the the Saturday night 9-ball league. The matches will start tomorrow night at 7 PM British Summer Time, 2 PM Eastern Standard Time, and 11 AM Pacific. And I will have the live stream on because I'm not playing tomorrow. I've got the same lineup as last week that was so successful. We're going to give it another go. On the right of the screen, you'll see all the matches that are scheduled. There are 4 tomorrow, I believe. I'm going to try and get most of them, if not all of them, at least some of them anyway, in terms of coverage, because a couple of matches cross over, I believe. So I hope you can join us for some of them. If you can't, they'll be on the channel. You can go to the playlist and be able to watch them. In the meantime, though, it's Mooncake back at the table.
This is VP4 TV. Here is a list of scheduled upcoming matches.
Sorry about that, wrong button again. But Mooncake is back in touch again. Back to within 1. I don't know whether he can hit enough of this thin enough and hard enough to pot the 1 though. Yes, he can. Now he needs a nice little roll here. That isn't it. The 6 ball wasn't there, he was fine. Well, he's done his best to get the 2 in. And not only that, I think he's flipped to 7.
Let's watch a replay of that last shot.
I think that's what he's done there. Now, what buttons is it I'm using here?
This is
that
VP4
no, I've done
TV.
it again.
Here is a list of...
It's too late now. I don't know what buttons I'm pressing. I'm forgetting everything. So we're now all square. Is there anybody in that cowboy tournament? Don't think there will be. You'll be lucky if there's one. It probably won't go ahead. But I'm expecting Spectre Dawn to go ahead though. Because these, again, they are all there. The tricky little shot is going to just be getting nice enough on this 7 to get a good path to that 8 ball. And he's going to have an easy way of doing it because the 6 ball is very handy. So he should get the job done. Oh, if I was to label my keyboard, believe me, you wouldn't be able to see the keyboard for labels. I've got loads of buttons used as shortcut buttons. It's just remembering what one it is for the Friday night 9-ball screen. I keep forgetting because I've got my control button and 0 working, and I've got my shift button and 0 working as a couple of the shortcuts, and I keep mixing the 2 of them up. So, Spectre Dawn has done everything well so far in this rack. Testy little cut in the 9 to go back into the lead. Well, that's too many buttons to remember, especially this time of night. It's almost 10:30 here, and I'm pretty much gone. I am on my last legs, I can assure you. My head's going to hit the pillow 5 minutes after this is all over, and I'll be out like a light. I hope I am anyway. Oh, look at the 9. Look at the 9.
Let's watch a replay of that last shot.
Here we go. Boom. Bang. In goes the 9. Let me try and remember what one it is again. I think it's controlling 0. Hang on. Yes, it is. So, this match is getting a little bit of a hint that it could be going all the way here. But Mooncake, in order to try and get sight in the 2, he has overjuiced it, but he's left either a very thin cut or the bank, and he hasn't got the line. He just not quite got the line, but he's got second prize. He'll take it. Oh, Spectre Dawn might have just returned the favour there. That looks pretty good. Well, he hasn't quite got a snooker, but it's still a pretty good shot. Now this is a tricky little shot to try and get away from that 2 ball. I think it's well, it might go in up the rail. You never know. Oh, he hasn't picked a line this time. He's way off the mark. So it's ball in hand for Mooncake now. Is Mooncake going to stay focused enough? Has he found his second wind? Now, again, it'd be better to just go forward. Try and go high enough for that 5 on the side. And make it simple to get in the 6. And that's what he's done. Quick look at the shot. That's fine. Not a problem. And I reckon he'll just be dinking this 6 in. Oh, he doesn't want to overjuice it though. He doesn't want to do that. Oh dear. He's having to just try to tweak it in, and he had to. He was almost out. And again, straight roll through. He's done it again. He has done it again.
Let's watch a replay of that last shot.
He did that earlier on tonight, and he's done it again. It's unbelievable. He's not picking a straight pot up the table. I mean, what was he doing trying to pinch anything in that shot? In the end, he's hit it on the wrong side. And, well, he said I didn't drink. I think he's on something, because that was another easy, straightforward pot up the rail in the 7, and he somehow managed to send it wide of the mark. And a gift in return for Spectre Dawn. Yeah, well, again, look at where the balls were on the table. He didn't have to worry about whether he was in the rail or not, because all he's having to do is just roll balls in. You know, you just have to not get too greedy and you know, just play the simplest of shots. But anyway, you live or die by your decisions. That's one thing about this game. If that cue ball stays on the table, it's out in the open. The 2 goes, and Mooncake's got a chance to redeem himself and get back all square. Now, the 5 ball's the issue. Let's just decide it doesn't go. And
let's watch the replay of that last shot.
And Mooncake, I think, is gone. He might have had a lucky roll, though, has he? I think he hit. I think he has. Let's see this. Yeah, there's certainly nothing easy, but Spectre Don's given this a serious look into the side. Well, that was excellent.
Let's watch the replay of that last shot.
Absolutely spot on. And there's not much sign of Spectre Don wearing down, is there? There never is in Friday Night 9 Ball. But the errors are there from Mooncake. So Spectre Don has a straightforward decision here. I would think it's get back for the 5-7 or dink it through for the long 5. So just the 7 and the 9. Spectre Don's one away from yet another Friday Night 9 Ball. Oh, Slim's signed up for the 9 Ball High Rollers. So Spectre Don breaking off 3 balls, looking in the side pocket, decides against it. The break's dry, Mooncake's got no shot. But the way these balls are sitting, if he doesn't get the hit and get this safe, oh, he's nudged the 3 and he'll take that. And he might have to billiard the 5 into the side. I think that's a shot. And it's a good shot from the point of view that, depending on the pace he plays, he should have a shot in the 1. Now, the only danger is he might be cutting this to the short rail. So he's got to get the pace right. Oh no. He's actually ended up pushing that 5 ball to the left jaw. And the 1 ball's come back into play. And Mooncake may well just have played his last shot tonight. Well, once again, before I forget, thanks for staying with it, guys. If you're still here, whoever is still there, I think most of them have headed to bed or went for dinner, depending where you are in the world. But thanks for your company, and I hope you can join us tomorrow night for Saturday Night 9 Ball. It will last about 90 minutes to 2 hours, not a great deal longer than that. And there'll be loads of matches going on at the same time. Oh, that nudge on the 9. And it's helped Spectre Dawn hold for the 6. Now what does he do? Does he try for the bump, or is he trying to come onto the short side? Because then the 7, I think, will go. He's just trying to get to the mark, and again, he could not have played that any better. That is absolutely nailed. Absolutely on a dime, as the Americans say. Oh, he's got the spin on. I think he had a bit of bottom left on that. And it's either going to take you around the angles, or it's going to take you into the pocket. And once again, we've got Mooncake back within touch. But look at that cue ball, goodness me.
Let's watch a replay of that last shot.
Watch this. Look at where look at where the cue ball went. It must have went about 8 feet in the air, and it landed in the table. And, well, he might have to try and run into the 4 here. And he hasn't got there. Well, what a crazy break that was. I don't know how he hit the ball. Where's this cue ball going? So Spectre Dawn has ball in hand, and I don't think he can do anything with it as far as the 4 ball's concerned. So he's looking at the combo, which isn't difficult to make. And the 4 ball, well, he's got to watch how what the pace that he's playing this at, because the 4 ball obviously wants to go that way. It's gone that way, but it stayed in the open. So now he'll just, I would assume, roll straight through for this 6 ball back down the rail into this corner. And there's enough that he can get out for the 8, because there's a slight angle to stun it. And now he should be home and dry. So what happened with that break there? Well, Mooncake slammed it. Cue ball bounced off the pack, went 8 foot in the air, came down and hit the table. Stubbs arrived in the room, and it's good night to Stubb. And well done to Spectre Dawn again. He wins the match by 9 racks to 7. And it's good night from me, guys. Thanks for your company. I'm heading to bed. Take care, stay safe. If you can be with us, be there tomorrow night or tomorrow afternoon for Saturday night 9 ball. I'll see you again soon, guys.
Good night, ladies.
What we've got here is failure to communicate. Some men you just can't reach.